Hello and welcome back to The Wheel Ruins My Day. I mean, the wheel makes for a very interesting run. This is our druid. We are in Act 4, Nightmare. We ended last time by defeating Mephisto. He dropped Ice Blink and the Chieftain. Some nice uniques, or rather uniques, but not, you know, exactly what we were looking for. Let's do a quick character overview. Level 45, which is alright. Not that high for Act 4 Nightmare, I suppose. Lots of vitality, because the first rule, or like the first roll we did, was for character and game mode. So the druid is hardcore. I'm wearing the Diggler, unique Dirk, 25 to 2 resistances. I'm wearing Jammed Antlers, 2 Fissure, 32 Magic Find. Crafted Amulet. Heavenly Garb, that's right, we found that last time. Mana Regen Mana, or Mana Regen Energy, which is mana. All res. Rare Ring, which is pretty nice. Well, it's okay. Lots of stats, but if you combine them, it's not amazing, but good. This one's good though. String of Ears.
Good day to you, partner.
Thank you, Dark Sal, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. This was such a nice find. I forget exactly where we found it. I think it was randomly in the desert of Act 2. Another rare, which is alright. Fire and lightning resist. Some alright boots. Actually, they were really nice because we imbued them back in normal, but by now they are merely okay. Nice resistance shield.
Good day to you, partner.
And Mage Fist. Thank you, Cobb the Red, for 3 months. Let's go. Hello, Sarfin. Good luck on the run today. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the support. Yeah, Mage Fist from the Den of Evil in Nightmare. Perfect gloves for this build. So, overall, pretty good gear luck, I have to say. Okay, great gear luck. Mage Fist, String of Ears. Amazing gear luck. And the charms have been pretty good too. I mean, don't ignore this, I'll get to that in a moment. But like, well, 13 on a grand charm is maybe not great, but 24 on a grand charm, very nice. Okay, this one is nice, the rest is fine. So, why are you wearing such wonky items in some gear slots like this? Wouldn't Ancient's Pledge be better? Yes, so let me recap the rules. Well, first the build. The build is a basic fire druid with some summon skills. But here are our current rules. Let's stand on top of a monochrome background. So first we banned first we rolled the hardcore druid, then we banned runewords immediately, which didn't matter at the start, but now it's pretty impactful. Like by Act 4 Nightmare, it's pretty impactful. No spirit for me, no insight for Emilio.
Good day to you, partner.
This I might as well sorry. Might as well do a quick gear overview. Some rare polearm, blood helm, ethereal rattle cage. Pretty nice. I dropped all my armor going into Act 2, which, you know, not a big deal that early. But then we banned magic gear. Then we banned shapeshifting skills. which, you know, if I had to lose a skill tree, that would be the one. Then I got a -20 all-res curse, but then I rolled the one thing on the wheel that allowed me to re-roll a rule, and we re-rolled all-res, but then got no gambling, which was sad. Because I would have liked to gamble more boots and belts. Belts not important anymore, because this one is great. But we don't have many ways to spend our gold anymore, except Resurrect Emilio. Then I got hit with another curse, -50 magic find, -50 gold find. And this is how I implement the curses. Hero edited small charm. No buy, sell in town, so no more buying potions or scrolls. And this one is a bit tough. But we did prepare during the rather easy jungle areas of Act 3. And then no magic damage. So like, I can't use skills or gear that adds magic damage. And that's kind of a freebie for the druid, to be honest. Here you can see, we started stacking up potions in the jungle because we can't buy them anymore. And actually, why we can't even sell this junk, so let's put it in here in case what? I don't know, but like, I'm not allowed to sell it for gold anyway. So that sums up the current situation. And in case this is the first stream, this is how we roll rules, a random spinning wheel. Which I hopefully get to show off in a bit when we defeat Diablo. Because surely we're gonna defeat Diablo, right guys? Right? We're gonna defeat Diablo. Thank you, Timmy Turner's dad, for 2 months of thank you for the prime sub. Sorry, I appreciate the support. Good luck for today. Thank you, thank you. No disaster wheel rolls yet. Exactly. And the thing, I've set it up so that no one rule can really ruin the entire run, but when they start stacking together, it kind of, you know, it's when they start all adding on top of each other and overlapping, that's when it starts to become interesting. So, for example, now we have banned buying stuff from vendors. Now, if I were to ban re-rolling or rerunning areas / bosses, or banning the summoning tree to lose the mana and life vines, then all of a sudden we will have a hard time healing. Any more jackpot slots to fix some of the less desirable rules? No, we only had one jackpot and it's gone now. So it's only going to get worse from here. No more help to be found on the rule. But on the other hand, the character is really strong. And I mean, look at those resistances. 75, 75, 72. You love to see it. 700 life. With the unreliable Oak Sage, to be fair, but still. So I think the most important thing is for me to stay alive. Well, obviously. But like, this character should be able to stand up to everything the rest of Nightmare can throw at us. But you know, Diablo is Diablo. And in case you've missed it, you can no longer stand right next to Diablo and dodge his lightning beam. They finally fixed that in the Reign of the Warlock. So we're gonna have to fight him the fair way. No, it'll be fine, I'm sure. I mean, with a ranged attack like this. Man, Rustpox the Mauler killed all my summons. Damn, I didn't know they patched that. I thought I was just terrible at positioning. I'm not sure I would have noticed either. Or like thought of it if chat didn't tell me. Summons are weak in Nightmare without +2 skills. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the bear is pretty tanky still. But the wolves are definitely starting to be a little bit whatever. But on the other hand, why not? If they eat one shot, that's one shot that didn't go to me, towards me. How many hours do you have in Diablo 2 if you had to guess? Good question. Like I have well over 1,000 just from the stuff I've done on the channel. But then I've played Diablo 2 on and off for many years. Like I haven't played it all the time ever since it released. I've taken, you know, long breaks, sometimes years. So what I'm thinking is, have I played more than 10,000 hours or not? And I'm not sure I've played over 10,000 hours, but certainly several thousand. Alright, we are dying. So, you know, ignore all that I said about Nightmare looking to be an easy task as long as I don't do anything stupid. Cursed Elite Venom Lords. Causing me some trouble. Oh, I guess I found a pair of boots from Mephisto too. Sigon's boots. How often do you live stream? Usually 2 times a week, Mondays and Fridays. Last week I also did Wednesdays, and I'm gonna experiment or, you know, try streaming Wednesdays as well, so 3 times a week. But I'm not the most consistent guy. I'm so not used to playing a druid, so sometimes I notice that one of the summons is missing. Like I have too few portraits up here, but then I need to look at it for a minute and like, which one is missing? Do you feel like today is going to be hardcore death day? No. Maybe, but like I can't go in with that mindset, you know. I can't go in expecting that this will be the day where the run ends. But I mean, we add more rules and enemies become scarier. Yeah, don't jinx it. Exactly. And we had one fight where I dropped to 3 HP, right? Normal Baal. 3 life. So I've been close. I've been very close. No meth grinding for some juicy loot. I'm not opposed to it, but like, what are we looking for? Our resistances are almost capped. What, are you not dead yet? Yeah. I mean, usually the thing is this gonna be a deathless stream, yes or no? And usually the answer is no, because I often find a way to die once per stream. But I guess the fact that we are in Nightmare Act 4 is proof that I can live for a full stream, for several full streams. If I'm playing carefully. Yeah, true. Grinding Mephisto with a small charm like this feels pretty bad. It feels really awful, actually. Negative 50 magic find. I still think I'm positive in total. Yeah, I have 19. But I mean, sure, there are some great uniques we could find. The Mosers, Skin of the Viper Magi, Torn Helm or some Helm, Rare Pelt. I mean, I kind of like this resistance on the weapon slot when the damage is otherwise good. But I mean, a good +2 skill weapon wouldn't hurt. I mean, we don't have many +2 skills. I mean, we have a skill shrine now, so deduct 2 from all numbers. Actually, I have +2 Fissure and +1 Fire skills. That's fine. Just farm Stone of Jordan. Let's take on average 1000 Andy run detour. Enigma. Let's just farm Enigma in Nightmare. Casual crazy grind. Oh, Rage Mask. I thought Rage Mask was druid stuff, but apparently not. Lower cross. Well, actually, grinding for Enigma is a bad idea because I'm not allowed to use runewords. And you wanna know something funny? Lower cross grinding is basically off the table because I can't buy more keys. Right? I can't buy more keys because I'm not allowed to buy and sell stuff at vendors. So lower cross chest hunting is basically impossible. Now that's you know, that's a new reason to not farm lower crossed. Key hoarding time. I wonder if anyone has ever looked up in a drop calculator what the best source of keys are. Not tarot keys, not keys of destruction, not keys of hate. Keys of unlocking wooden chests. Actually, +2 to Decrepify might sell for a lot. That's decent. And I can feel myself doing it again. The thing where I mess around with my inventory mid-battle, that drives some viewers crazy. I'm gonna try to not do it in hardcore. Lum rune? Well, actually, totally useless without runewords. I was like, smoke, smoke, smoke! But of course, all this can do for us is plus 10 to energy. My mana regen is actually pretty nice, thanks to 25 here and 25 here. And of course Divine. I'm trying my best to not use potions from the stash. Lum is good for crafting. Let's pick it up then. Oh, I actually already had it. Ah, item upgrades you mean? Yeah. But isn't that like upgrading from exceptional to elite? And I mean, isn't it like to upgrade an exceptional unique weapon to an elite unique weapon? Isn't that like Hull and then Lum? So I mean, that Lum is not a problem there. But at least it definitely makes it worth holding on to. No doubt about that. Tea room. Actually, why am I carrying around this stuff? I can't sell it anyway. It's been a few days. Gotta remember what rules we're working with, it seems. Right, let's see. Are there any souls? Okay, Venom Lords and Doom Knights. No souls
I
yet.
can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Wow, Dark Sow. Holy smokes. Thank you. 50 gifted memberships. Wow, thank you. That is extremely generous of you. Whoop. Was that a sneaky play to get me killed? It almost worked. Man, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Dark Sow. And welcome to 50 new goblins. Welcome to the Goblin Gang. It's still going. Multi-shot. Venom Lord. Thank you so much, Dark Sow. Trying to scroll up in chat and see if you wrote anything. Or if you just dropped 50 and... Oh man, yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the support. It's very much appreciated. When you sit at 20 HP and look at chat, I get nervous. Fair. Me too. Maybe today is the day it's gonna end. I'm not feeling super focused. I can feel myself getting a little distracted. I mean, of course by that, but even before that. Alright, well, we did luck out and get a Plains of Despair completely void of gloams or souls. Which is nice. I think I said I think it was on this run when we found souls in normal. Like, souls are scary, but usually not in normal, right? But once you get into Nightmare, and of course especially Hell, souls can be a big pain in the ass. In Nightmare, I still feel kind of safe with maxed lightning resist. But I mean, once you get to Hell, those freaking gloams, it doesn't matter if you have full, if you have capped lightning resist, you need some... It feels like you need some, what you call it, some absorb as well to be safe against souls in Hell. But for Nightmare, it should be okay. Oh, hey, thank you, Darksile, for a super chat as well. Long overdue on my part. Been watching your videos and your VODs forever and never contributed. Thank you for the awesome entertaining VODs. Thank you so much. I'm really glad you enjoyed the stuff, the content, and you know, I really appreciate the donations, but you know, watching my videos is contribution enough. Thank you so much, Darksile. What is it? What is the saying? It is always appreciated but never expected. But really, thank you. That's very generous of you. Oh, they are straight up fire immune. Okay. I thought they were merely fire resistant. Okay, let's rely on our volcano and molten boulder. The problem is that the non-fire damage of both spells are absolutely awful. Though surely 50 damage per shot and 32 damage per shot is more than 0 damage, of like 0% of 800. So I guess we should still use volcano and molten boulder. How's the weather? Unpleasantly hot here in Finland, and it's only plus 13. I would say it's fine. It is pretty... It has been pretty warm in the weekend. Not all weekend, but... It has been some warm days lately, but today it is... how do you say? I think you say overcast. It's kind of cloudy. So today it's not that bad. As for the temperature, I have no idea. I need to check. Am I on players 3 or something? No? I was playing another character this morning where I did some players 3 farming, but apparently I did remember to set it back to 1. You could do the trick to boost magic find. I guess yeah, I could, but I don't know. To me it would feel a bit cheesy to do the magic find Easter egg when you have a curse. Though to be fair, to activate the Easter egg you need to tank like a lot of shots from a gloam or soul. So maybe if you can master that, maybe you have earned it. But we didn't even get the option to do so this time. Nice attacking gloves. Attack speed, 29 light rest, mana steal. Well, I think I opened that on accident, but since we're here, let's go to town, and I'm gonna replace these amulets with two new ones. And we can't use magic stuff, but this is basically for crafting, if we want to craft in the future. And these should be higher level than the ones I had in the stash since before. Some more crafting fodder. I picked this one up because I thought to myself, what could be a good weapon? A rare club with +2 druid skills and some other stats. And one way to do that is actually to do a hit power craft with a club. I think that works. I've only ever did two-handed mauls and stuff with the hit power recipe, but I believe this should work. I don't quite have a perfect sapphire. And I think it's only a T rune for a hit power weapon. Either way, I'm not in a hurry, but maybe for now we can save one club. Better not identify those in case they are good and you get sad. That's what I thought too, just skip. I thought like, let's not even waste the scrolls. Not only because it is, you know, bad to waste scrolls when you can't buy new ones, but also the only thing it does is bring pain. And you can actually, I'm pretty sure you can craft without identifying the base item. It's kind of funny. Oh, keep the gloves you found in case you ban rares. Ah, good call. Or sorry, if you ban uniques, good call. A little wasteful on the TPs, but I have 10. But I also had a bunch here I wanted to stash. A bunch of stuff. Or a bunch, but a couple of stuff. I'm stashing this fire res charm because I'm already at the cap. And let's get a few extra mana potions. I think I can do without a stamina potion. Alright. Actually, hold up. We never found Israel. We can't pass up 2 skill points like that. Especially in a Plains of Despair without souls. But it is a Wheel of Pain run. We must ID. I mean, I think it's funny when you like identify a good item you can't use, but with limited ID scrolls. Actually, never mind. We could identify them at Kane. I enjoy identifying items even if I can't use them. It gives me some dopamine to identify a amulet with 25 magic find, and if I can't use it. Actually, let's not run past too many enemies at once. But the experience is pretty good. Okay, here's Israel. Good. A little clumsy on my end to fight such a big group, but the problem with Isul is his tankiness, not necessarily his damage. And oh wow, he's already almost dead. Shout out to Emilio's rattle cage, I guess. 25% crushing blow, making Isul look like a chump.
Not enough mana.
Let's siphon some mana.
Oblivion is his reward.
20 mana per direwolf. You could argue that it's not really worth the mana. Well, now it is because I have free mana here. New weapon for Emilio, that's what I'm hoping. I mean, this is a normal weapon and this is an exceptional, so it's gonna take a lot for it to be better. But actually, we could maybe upgrade it. The runes to upgrade a rare weapon, I believe it is Ort plus Amn plus some gem. So if the stats are really good, we could actually consider upgrading it. I would say, well, 77 ED and 7 lifesteal. That's actually kind of nice. But if you're gonna use an Amn rune to upgrade it, why not find a better magic weapon and stick an Amn rune into it? Can't watch the live stream, but I will gladly watch it later. Love your content, keep up the great work. Remember not to fiddle with loot mid-battle. Thank you, Witekin, for the super chat. I'm glad you like the content. I will try my best, but no promises. Okay, let me look up real quick. Oh, you're not currently seeing what I'm doing. Hold on. No? Display not connected. Well, I would argue that that's false, okay? OBS isn't working as intended, but basically it's Ort plus Amn plus Perfect Sapphire to upgrade a normal rare weapon to an exceptional rare weapon. And I just mentioned we don't have the Sapphire. I mentioned that when I talked about hit power crafts, but I mean, we're no strangers to gem shrine hunting. But I don't know, man. It doesn't feel worth it. Actually, hold on. It's like the same average damage. Almost.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
It's similar average damage, but with 9 extra life steal and extra damage to demons, right? Let's call it an upgrade anyway. And when it's convenient for us, we can consider upgrading it. I did not expect a normal weapon to be an upgrade for an exceptional. And you know, maybe it was more like a side grade in terms of damage, or maybe a slight downgrade. But this only had 2% lifesteal, so going from 2 to 9 should help a lot with survivability. It had resistances too. I think it was the other one that had a little bit of resistance. Don't forget to pick up your extra skills. I won't forget to, but I'm not sure I necessarily need to rush for it either. Since it will cost me one of my precious comforter scrolls. Oh, that's true, the clean boy. The lifesteal should really help with your health potion situation. So I should have to give Emilio way fewer health potions. That's true. So in that case, I think it was certainly an upgrade for this run. Emilio, could you help out, please? While I scratch my eye. Ah, thank you. Lots of charms. Or maybe I'm noticing them or remembering them because I have been getting pretty lucky. This isn't lucky though, but in general I feel like charm luck has been on my side. Just passing by, don't have much time to stay, but wanted to congratulate you with the 100k subs on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love your videos, I appreciate it. Glad you like the videos and thank you for the congrats. It has settled in somewhat now. 100k, very cool milestone. Feels pretty great, to be honest. Key? Nice, exactly what we needed. Though I think that was literally one key, because I think I had a 12 stack and a 4 stack before. I don't even dare to touch my eyes because of allergy season. Man, I've never had problems with like pollen or grass or anything. But in recent years, I've started having some allergy problems too, and it sucks. Actually, it probably didn't help to poke myself in the eye like that, but sometimes an itch has to be scratched. That sounds like a metaphor, but I mean it literally. There's no hidden meaning. Ooh, flawless sapphire. Well, now we can probably upgrade it. I think we had 2 flawless sapphires. I wonder if I did any gear change that I'm forgetting about, or if it's simply because I'm having to spam spells a lot more often now than in Act 3. Because it feels to me like I'm drinking a lot more potions compared to the previous act. Alright, let's go. And what did I say? Ort and Amn. Oh, beautiful. We have 3 Amn runes. That's a lot. Let's bring 1 extra of each potion. Actually, I'll find some before I need them. Hopefully. And let's save 1 set of keys in here. Okay. Hopefully this is gonna be a real nice one.
Put that to good use.
So, normal rare weapon, Ort and perfect sapphire. 21 to 84. 23 to 155. That's a little odd. lower min
I
damage.
can't use that yet.
No! Catastrophe.
I can't use that yet. I can't use that yet. I can't use that yet.
Whoops. Whoops. Big whoops. Man, we need to run back to the Lochaber axe before it despawns. The dex, well, now I didn't even bring that one with me, but the dex was fine, right? 95 versus 91 required, but 133 strength, that's a lot of levels. I mean, it should still be here, but I am a little bit stressed out right now. Oh, here it is. Oof. Okay. Crisis averted. So that was lucky, because I mean, if it hadn't still been there, it's not like we could have bought a temporary one. Well, I have to say that that is something I often fall, like a trap I often walk right into, failing to consider the higher requirements of an upgraded item. He'll put that other item to good use later. True. True, Pip. I'll put that to good use eventually. Actually, since we're here, let's just double check what the requirements were. So 191 dex, 133 strength. And this is also exceptional, but only 80 strength, no dex requirement. A bit odd. Alright, so that should be like, yeah, I'm not sure. But like 7 levels? 8 levels? Oh, okay. We do have some other cool stuff. I mean, it's good to save some weird alternative items, depending on what gets banned. And I believe we still have I still believe we have the socketing quest from normal. The physical damage scales so slowly. But what you gonna do? Socket and use heal rune. I don't think that's worth it. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a phone call from a service technician that I need to take. Sorry, BRB. I'm back. Alright, sorry about that. Hi back, I'm dead. I didn't leave stream because of the dead joke. I need some fresh air in here. Holy crap, it's getting warm. So something broke. So I had to call a service technician. And they just called me back. And they are coming later in the week. Between 7 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. Can someone explain why he has that minus magic find charm? It is because I rolled a curse on the wheel. How specific, yeah. Well, it's like, I wanted to say like, you know, typical contractor or... But to be fair, he apologized and was like, I'm sorry I can't give you a more specific time, but I have another thing that I have no idea how big of a job it is. And I said, you know, it's fine. It's same there in the US. For some reason I thought it only was that. Yeah, well, it's... Sometimes it's different every time. What's she gonna do about it? So let's see. Well, he only gained... No, he gained 2 strength that time. So I remember before we... Like in normal, we were complaining that... or I was complaining that Emilio only gained 1 strength per level. But I suppose he gains a fraction, like maybe he gets 1.5 per level or something, and then it rounds down or rounds up. Well, it's actually not that hot in Sweden, but I have a pretty small office. And I usually close the window and the blinds to get more even lighting for the green screen. But it's too much. I mean, I just set up my office in this room, and it's really nice. But I'm considering moving it to the cellar just because of the temperature once the PC gets going. You know, playing a fire druid with all the fireworks, maybe that stresses out the components in the PC. Merc level 55, he will have the strength. Are you kidding me? That's too much. Oh well. To be like, on the other hand, we could have looked it up before I committed to to the upgrade, but whatever. Do you want to be a basement dweller? Yeah, I mean, my only... I've never had them, like, had them, like... Let me slow down and rephrase. I've never had an office in the cellar, and like, when I was a kid, I never had my room in the cellar or anything. So, I mean, the only thing I would worry about is that it gets very humid or, like, damp. But, I mean, maybe the PC heat will heat up the place enough. Because it surely is appealing, sounds appealing to have a nice cold room temperature in the summer. Like when I first started streaming, which is soon 2 years ago, I started around summertime, and I remember then I lived at, you know, I lived at a completely different place then. and had my office upstairs in a small room with a very like thin roof. So when the sun was hitting the roof, it got so hot in that room. So there I had to buy a portable AC just to survive, but you know, that's kind of noisy. I mean, yeah, the problem with giving him the strength is that then I either get rid of the rattle cage for a +2 strength armor, and that's certainly not worth it, or I give up this. Actually, we could give up this, I was gonna say, and then we get rid of all the lifesteal. But if we get rid of this, we get the other weapon with lifesteal. So that's probably actually a great idea. I started that sentence trying to shoot you down, shoot your terrible idea down, but by the end of the sentence I realized it was actually a great idea. So fire damage doesn't count as magic damage. Well, obviously. No, I'm just kidding. No, it doesn't count as magic damage, because magic is a damage type. There are 6 damage types in Diablo 2. Physical, fire, lightning, cold, poison, and magic. And magic damage are things like Bone Spear or Blessed Hammer. And a lot of the Warlock's skills are magic. And there are some items that spawn with plus magic damage as well, but it's a lot more rare than the other elements. But for example, Mage Fist has +1 to fire skills, but it also adds 1 to 6 fire damage. So if I were to roll the rule that says fire damage is banned, I would not be allowed to wear these, even though I'm not attacking with my... Like, I'm not attacking with the basic attack. I wouldn't be allowed to wear this, because they have added fire damage. That's how I'm ruling it. Rolling it. Thank you, the Clean Boy, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Basement Dweller is more of a spiritual thing, not a physical thing. Any reason you're carrying the Soul Stone? Comfort rock. Actually, we don't need to carry a bunch of weird, valuable stuff with us. No, I forgot to put it in the stash. But you're right though, you don't actually need to carry it with you, as long as you have it in your stash or on you. It gets teleported to the Hellforge. Alright, we're coming up on the Hellforge soon. And that has real potential. I mean, you could get an rune, which, while not super necessary right now, would make a fine socket filler or a helm or a body armor. I also wouldn't mind a... without runewords, it's kind of tricky to ask what rune should you ask for. I mean, a soul rune would still not be terrible because of the 7 damage reduction. But I guess rune is basically what I'm hoping for. I would suggest changing the helm of your merc ASAP. It has no defense, at least in hell. Is defense that important?
I'll put that to good use.
We have the Lum rune, but Pal, I don't think you can find Pal from the Hellforge in Nightmare. Or can you? I think Lem is the highest question mark in Nightmare.
I can't carry anymore.
Hull is lower than Wow, okay. Then I'm hoping for a Pal rune. Actually, Pal rune or Lem rune, because I believe you use a Lem to upgrade an exceptional rare to elite. And Pal for an exceptional unique to elite. Well, in that case, maybe you can't actually get room from the Nightmare Hellforge. I just got Pal in Nightmare a few hours ago. Well, I would like that. It's funny, on not that uncommonly, I get asked in on my videos, why didn't you upgrade this item or that item? And then I look up the recipe and it's like, oh. It's like, why didn't you upgrade that weapon to elite? And it's like, well, obviously, since I didn't find a Pal rune. It's not that common. Okay, I'm Miss Max. So I did know what I was talking about. Well, actually, I'm kind of hoping for a Hull more so than a Lum in that case, because it would be pretty kick-ass to upgrade a exceptional to an elite. Not that we necessarily have a good upgrade candidate yet. But I mean, you would never be sad about an rune. Either it's open wounds, which is very handy, or it's all res, which is very handy. By the way, it would be so funny. It would be so funny if I find a real high rune on this run. Like, imagine if I find a bear rune or a jar rune, but runewords are banned. So we'll use it only for the rune stats. So like, we put a bear rune into Emilio's rare pole arm for the crushing blow. That would be so funny. Please, RNGesus one time.
Good day to you, partner.
Or actually, you could put a bear rune into a shield for percentage physical damage reduced. I believe that in PvP, they actually do that sometimes for some extra damage reduction. Thank you, Gameries DC, for 14 months. I appreciate your long-term support. I've always wondered, how does Druid conjure volcanoes that don't hurt his animals? Well, that can be applied to most characters, right? Though it would surely be unwieldy. And if you shut your skeletons in the back with your teeth. But yeah, there is a lot of fire going on. I guess they are fireproof. Man, the experience is really nice today. Well, not today, but like here in Act 4. I don't think it matters that it's Monday. Finding a bear rune in a no runeword run would make for a great YouTube short. Exactly what I was thinking. My brain has rewired. I did a short of my encounter with the Butcher from the Diablo 1 stream, and that short has like 400,000 views now. Like, I don't make a lot of shorts, but after only like 2 weeks, that short is my most viewed one ever. So now my brain is like looking for the moments, trying to recreate that magic. So that is exactly what I was thinking of. Like, that would be great and make a great moment, not only for a short, but also for a video, you know. I forget exactly which video it was, but I once sold a Sir rune for gold in a challenge run, and I got so many comments about that. That was kind of funny, right? Selling a Sir rune for 35,000 gold and buying potions with the gold. Because a Sir rune, without other high runes, there's like nothing you can do with just a Sir rune. There is a rune word called Wind, but it's pretty bad. Like Sir and L. Flawless gem from the guy himself. Maybe a good omen for the Hellforge itself. Oh, we have Milabrega's orb too. Well, I don't think I can ever really afford to run around without this shield out. Like, maybe if I know I'm not facing elemental damage, but it's probably not worth the risk. Like, forgetting to swap back. Okay, let's go, Amrune. A Shale rune. A Shale is alright. I mean, once we find the ethereal Hone Sundan for Emilio, with 3 sockets, of course, you can get Shale and Am. Okay, let's deposit some gems and stuff, some potions. The sad part is that I can't buy or gamble a good helm for Emilio, so I'm gonna basically have to use this. But that's fine. How much strength does he need? 24. He needs 9 strength, so I can't get away with a flawless. Or actually, I can get away with... Yeah, let's do it like that. So 1... So now it does nothing else, but that's probably fine.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
I mean, he loses 2 life and some life steal. Well, he loses 8% deadly strike, actually. I didn't consider that. That's a kind of a big loss, but I think this makes up for it. Hopefully sometime in the future he can have both. Save helm and polearm. The pole, I'm not gonna save the polearm. Whoops, I'll save the helm though for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so yeah, I totally agree. This is definitely more damage on average because it's like 50% more top damage with every hit, and you know, 8% chance to deal double damage. But in a good way, then once he finally levels up like 8 times more, then he gets to switch back helms. Alright, let's go for that nasty demon and get another wheel spin. In a way, it's nice to end before an act boss, because then the next stream has, you know, a short-term reward when you tidy up the rest of the act. Actually, I still can't sell. I picked that up because it sells for a lot of gold, but no selling for me. It's a little sketchy going up against the, what are they called? The mages, the Oblivion Knights. With low resist and amp damage, but I feel pretty safe. Maybe I shouldn't, but I also feel pretty safe against Diablo. Simply because I will be able to run at a safe distance. But you know, maybe this is the day where Diablo finally realizes that spamming Bone Prison is a good strat, because he uses it so rarely, and when he does use the Bone Prison, he often uses it like once and then stops. But with limited town portals to escape his Bone Prison, if he just doubled down on using only Bone Prison and the lightning beam, he would certainly defeat me, but I don't think he's gonna figure that out. One, two, three, four. I'm missing a summon, aren't I? No, not really. Well, I could get some wolves up in here, like one more wolf, but that one has like 200 life, so it's not gonna stick around. Depends on how easy the bones are to break with fire. Yeah, fair point. I mean, I should be able to break the bones with fire, but it is RNG, like Fissure and Volcano are RNG based. So like, even if I target right at my own feet, it's no guarantee. Sir, please play PoE 2, please, please. I will play Path of Exile 2 now on the new patch or whatever, the new update. I don't think I'm gonna attempt making a video in PoE 2 until we have the full release, but I'll stream the new patch, see what's it all about. It comes out on Friday, right? Like super late on Friday. Well, super late EU time. Oh, Doom Knights are fire immune. Emilio, no! Okay, actually, maybe the Chaos Sanctuary is gonna be a bigger problem than I anticipated. Because there are a lot of Doom Knights in here. Fire Druid is the true piano build. Yeah, like I feel my fingers stretching and like a piano player like stretching to reach all the keys. Piano build. Yes, the 29th, alright. But how is it with... I mean, I almost never play a game when a patch drops or when it releases, but can you, like, when it drops, I believe it drops like 9 or 10 in the evening, Central Europe time. Is there any chance to get into the game at that point? Or is it like... Is it gonna be a crashing? Because there's no single player, so you have to go on the servers, right? Probably there will be a crash fest, yeah. Alright. Well, in that case, I'm probably not gonna stream on release itself.
Hello.
Do you play any other games? Not really.
Good evening.
Well, I sometimes, on the rare occasion, I play something else on stream. But not really off stream. Well, I'm not... That is magic, I can't use that. What's a life charm doing in my stash? I need that on my person. I want to do something, but I don't know what. I don't think it makes sense to do anything. There are many big PoE 2 streamers, but who cares? I prefer your struggle to log in than others. I appreciate that. It means a lot that you would rather watch me get stuck in the server queue than anyone else. EU servers are the most unstable, but most of the time you'll be fine. The Q Goblin. I remember Diablo. I played the Diablo 4 open beta weekends. I didn't stream at that time, but I played. And those weekends had a long queue to get to the servers, but I think also what they wanted to do was like to stress test the servers. So it was like a little bit by design, you could say, that it crashed then. Yari, speaking of the Hone Sundam, this could have been it, maybe with a bit more magic find. In case you're unfamiliar, Hone Sundam is a unique spear with 3 sockets, 45, I believe, percent crushing blow, and decent damage. It's a really sick mercenary stick. Add some shales and some AMs for lifesteal and attack speed, and you got a really nice merc weapon. I still prefer Kelpie Snare on challenge runs though, but I would take either. Oh, can't leave potions lying around. And I mean, it is a shame with live service games because I'm not gonna play multiplayer anyway. But I'm still gonna have to queue to get into the servers because you can't play Path of Exile 2 offline. I still rock the Mount trophy from killing the world boss during the Diablo 4 stress test. Ah man, I'm jealous. I tried so badly to kill the world boss in the Diablo 4 stress test. But I had such a hard time getting a group, and then finally I got one, but we ran out of time. Like, we couldn't finish in time. We got really close, but I couldn't finish in time. And then I never got close after that, so I never managed to do it on the open beta weekend. Did I buy potions? I just saw fail run in chat, and then I realized that I did something. Okay, as a punishment, I will throw all the potions on the ground. Illegal shopping. You can't have me talking about the Path of Exile when I'm trying to play Diablo 2. My brain gets overloaded. Well, the repair is fine. Repair is legal. But buying potions was definitely illegal. So this will be a shrine to my... as a reminder of my mistakes. Oops. You only bought 2 HP potions. Alright, well... the punishment should exceed the crime, so I learned my lesson. Damn, this place is dangerous. To the surprise of no one, the Chaos Sanctuary is a scary place. Emilio, no! Man, I deal no damage without Emilio to fire immunes. So, you know, maybe it wasn't a bad idea to have this huge gold pile after all. Maybe the fact that I'm not allowed to gamble it all away is gonna save the run in the end. I like that D2 Barbarians can get any item from Corpse. The last time I did this run, Find Potion came in super clutch, which was kind of unexpected. Like, Find Potion was unbelievably good the last time we did the wheel. I might need to start using Armageddon again to deal with the fire immunes, because that also deals physical damage, and actually a lot of physical damage, more than either of my other spell skills, even at level 2. I don't like using Armageddon because it incentivizes me to stand close to enemies. But you can't argue with that damage. Like, compare this, level 2 Armageddon, 100 physical, well, 125 average physical, 120-ish fire, compared to this. Feels bad. Yeah, there's so much going on screen. And it is a little bit annoying because, like, what fire is mine and what fire is our enemies? Or, well, I guess most fire is mine, but it can be hard to see enemy projectiles when the screen is so full of other crap. Well, I chased that Oblivion Knight all the way back here, so I guess we're doing reverse seal order today, like some sort of maniac. Damn. Well, against non-fire immunes, I can still hold my own even without my Sue.
Not enough love.
Man, I know I did a few wasteful TPs early on in the act, or midpoint in the act. But I'm not liking 3 town portals. I'm not liking this at all. Well, at least we have cleared a more or less clear path from the waypoint. I think we skipped maybe a few enemies, but if I need to walk back, if I run out of potions or something, I need to walk back to the waypoint because I ran out of TPs. I think we should be able to do so safely, at least with summons. And I mean, if we have Emilio alive, it's gonna be fine, I think. Go, Emilio. Diablo will be tough. You know, seal of approval. I was just thinking that. Like, okay, my single target damage is Emilio, more specifically Rattle Cage. But he's not gonna be able to stay alive against Diablo. No way. So I might really struggle to deal damage to Diablo. But maybe that's when the 20 mana potions in the stash comes in useful. Oh, the TP ring again would be clutch. Oh yeah, the TP ring. Sling ring, that would be amazing. It's so funny that I found the sling ring on my very first Warlock run. But I haven't seen it since. Which isn't unheard of. I mean, it's a rare, it's a unique ring. And it's not like I've been magic find grinding. But it was fun to find it, like, when it was brand new. I'm hemorrhaging Emilius. Stop talking, start dressing Emilio. I guess some people are here for Emilio more than me. Which is fair. Emilio has a lot of fans all over the world. Diablo might be tough, but at least you will be able to get a new restricting rule. Yeah, exactly. Diablo will be tough, but at least the reward is certainly gonna be worth it. Congratulations, and screw you, we're taking your uniques. Actually, in a weird way, I think losing... Focus, you greedy goblin.
Hello.
Okay, 77 life is a lot more than 3, but that was way too close. Way too close. Holy man. $5 for Emilio to carry. Thank you, Neo Wodas. I will... Oh, I already rest him. This Emilio, like Emilio's 53rd reincarnation, is brought to you by Neo Wodas. Alright, time for a Power Pepsi, BRB. Maybe the fact that we were able to move through the early parts of this challenge so easily has kind of come back to bite me in the ass, because I'm kind of rushing through. The first time we did the spin the wheel, I think we were definitely moving at a much slower pace. Is this challenge sponsored by Pepsi? I'm still waiting for them to call, but still nothing. I'm shilling for the love of Pepsi Max. Right. Relax, relax, relax. There's no rush. There's no rush. All we need to do is to slay some demons. And there's many demons yet to slay, so no need to hurry. But if you die, the run is over. Man, that drop to 77 really shook me. Oof. And yeah, this sucks too. Only 2 more town portals. Which is why I... No! I tried giving Emilio a rejuve, but I hit 4 instead of 3. This is bad. Because in a way... Or not in a way, in a very straightforward and direct way, every Emilio resurrection kind of costs a town portal as well, and not only the money. Man, I tried giving him a rejuve too, but I hit 4, shift 4 instead of shift 3. And I don't think I finished that train of thought, but I was saying that, yeah, the reason that we're running low on town portals is why I started bringing a lot of potions with me now. But you know, potions... What am I gonna do with a bunch of potions without Emilio? Man, did they stealth buff Nightmare Chaos Sanctuary? Or is the Fire Druid kind of bad after Act 3 Nightmare? Is there a useful respec possibility? Yes, I think that Tornado plus Hurricane would certainly be stronger, but Hurricane moves like this. So it's very hard to aim at a distance. So if this enemy, this helm is an enemy you fight, when I play the Wind Druid, I always end up point blank spamming my tornadoes. And that seems like a bad idea in hardcore. But I do think that spec would be a lot stronger. Hurricane slows everything down and Tornado deals nice damage. And there's double, there's like 2 damage types which helps a lot. And yeah, it's a very nice build, except that you stand very close. It was perfect special effects for Hurricane. Well, I tried doing Tornado, so I guess it wasn't that good. For a moment, I thought there was a tornado outside my window. How about synergies? Yes, so yeah, I knew there was one more point I wanted to make, and the big bonus is that a synergy for both Tornado and Hurricane is Cyclone Armor. Well, for Hurricane it only adds duration, but for Tornado one synergy is Cyclone Armor, and by maxing Cyclone Armor you get so much tankiness against elemental damage. That is fire, lightning, cold and poison. So that's a very big appeal to that spec as well. But be honest with me, do you trust me to play a point blank spellcaster, or do you want, or should we like try to keep our distance with Tornado? Well, in one way, fire is only gonna get worse, right? Once we get to hell, or now the negative spiral of doubting myself is starting. But if we make it to hell, fire is gonna be really slow. I mean, I said that this is 2 damage types, and the like fire spec also has split damage types. But if you don't rely on Armageddon, which maybe in hindsight maybe I should have gone all in on Armageddon and just play more carefully. But the physical damage part is so low. Like even this level 17 Volcano deals like 76 to 78. No, like 70 physical damage with every hit, which simply is very little. I foresee a summoner build long term. Might not be a bad idea. The problem with a summoner build is that it's only physical damage. And while physical is one of the more uncommon immunities, like I don't know what kind of backup I would have for physical immunes. Like right now, in a way, Emilio is my solution for fire immunes. But there's no mercenary that deals great elemental damage. Maybe that would be the time to whip out Act 3 Fire Merc for enchant. Well, we will try to finish Diablo with the current spec, because I don't think that any of those specs would be any good versus Diablo at all. Like, speaking of the Tornado, I definitely don't want to play a Tornado Druid against Diablo, standing right up in his face. And you know, with bonus damage to summons, I think he would melt my summons super quickly. Actually, it would be kind of cool if I could make the Edge rune word for the Thorns aura against the Act bosses. But of course, rune words are banned, so we don't get to have Edge bow either. No, no mercenary deals elemental damage. Okay, let me rephrase. No mercenary deals adequate elemental damage. Now that's not true. I think that, yeah, exactly, the Act 1 mercenaries are actually pretty nice, pretty good. I think they have... It feels to me, at least, like they have changed it in Resurrected so that the Act 1 mercenaries uses their skills a lot more often than before. Oh yeah, so maybe that could actually work. A Cold Emplisa together with a summon build. Oh, Portal. A sight for sore eyes. I'm gonna use it right away and get Emilio. Like, it is a completely arbitrary goal, but I said to myself, let's try to keep 2 portals for the Diablo fight, so that way, if it traps you, you can TP out, and if it happens again, you have another TP. And I find it so unlikely that he will bone prison me 3 times. Often he doesn't even do it once. Fill your cube too, you know, might as well. Good call. Doing ancient strats for Nightmare Diablo. So why is Emilio dying? Is he simply too low level, or does he get cursed or something? Feels like he's not tanking that well. I guess it's simply too much incoming damage. And except my bear, the other summons aren't really helping to tank anymore. Iron Maiden Curse, luckily that was removed a long time ago. That's not even a D to R change. That's a like 1 LOD patch 1.12 or 11 change. So that hasn't been in the game for a while. Though you are right, when when Oblivion Knights used to be able to cast Iron Maiden, it was almost impossible to keep a melee mercenary back here. Or keep a melee mercenary alive here. Don't die, Emilio. Okay, I should have brought some more rejuves as well. I brought all potion types except rejuves. That's not true. I didn't bring antidotes either. But like, I brought a bunch of health and mana potions, but no rejuves. And I already spent one on Emilio now to keep him alive. Definitely a misplay to not bring more. Had to use another one. Oh, this is so intense. Ah! Save me, Emilio. Okay, well, it looks like we're gonna make it to Diablo at least. How the tone of my commentary has changed. It's going from like talking about what we're gonna do in hell to now I'm like thankful that I didn't die clearing the seals. Oops, didn't mean to do that. In before fire plus Physimmune Infector. Luckily, Infector is already dead. We did the reverse order for the seals like some sort of crazy person. And this one should be fine. Like the Stormcasters aren't that scary. If there isn't a lot of other enemies around. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's so stupid. Safety portal. Well, it's fine. Let's remember, if I run out of potions or Emilio dies, let's remember I need to go back here. And I'm actually gonna... Oh, I didn't have time. I was going to say that let's stand really close to Diablo when he spawns, so that Emilio can get in at least a few hits with Crushing Blow. Well, I don't think he got in even a single hit. Man. Since I apparently found another portal, I still have two. Let's try to get Emilio to deal a little bit of damage.
What do you need?
Is there like a 1-point wonder that can save me? I don't think so. Oh, I should have summoned in town for the free mana heal. Well, we can chill here, I suppose. Even gonna summon a raven, every bit helps. Are these corpses not eligible for consumption? Hello, Solar Creeper. Okay, I guess not. If only blind worked on bosses. Yeah, then ravens would be clutch right now. Okay, actually, let's see if we can lure him out. Man, he's just melting all summons. But all we need the summons to do is to allow Emilio to get a few jabs in. Like a few lucky procs of the Crushing Blow. I would be happy then. Come. Oh, here we go. A little further, please. Oh, here we go. And then summon on this side, so he turns that way. Oh, come on, Emilio. Get the Crushing Blow in there. Oops. That was awful. And I drank one of my rejuves, and once again, I didn't refill my rejuves when I was in town. Okay, forget about Emilio. We're gonna wear him down slowly with Fissure. No way, he did it! Ooh, panic, picnic. Okay, I opened a portal just to be safe, but then I wanted to see if I could destroy the prison with fire. And it seems like my Fissure one-shots bone prisons, but you saw it took a few, like a couple of, at least a couple of fractions of a second. Okay, so it doesn't one-shot, but like 2 shots. But you need to be lucky and have the Fissures actually target the town portal. Oh man, I'm so stressed. To be honest, not terrible damage. Already 25% gone. And I don't think we got a Crushing Blow from Emilio. I dodged it. Okay, I've never seen Diablo cast this many bone prisons in one fight before, like, except at town portals. So it feels like he read my plan perfectly. And I'm spamming fissures over at my town portal to keep it clean, because if I do need to escape, I really want to use this portal so I don't waste a portal by opening another one. Well, he keeps spamming Bone Prison on it, so maybe I need to let go of that portal. No Armageddon. Well, I don't want to be within Armageddon range of him, though I guess he rushes me every now and then. So I might as well throw it up there. Okay, 50%. Oh, I'm so lucky. What's this Bone Prison? It's like half of it didn't spawn. That's so lucky. Oh boy. Yeah, I think I way overcomplicated the fight. Ooh, just doing what I do now. Like keeping my distance and patiently fissuring him. Clutch fissure RNG there. Or actually, he didn't end up using lightning beam anyway. Please! I don't want to waste my last TP, but maybe I should. Next time he bone prisons me, just to be safe. Like, he's had me a couple of times in the bone prison, but he doesn't realize the potential in the combo of bone prison plus lightning beam. Ooh, this is bad news. He's so close to dead. Man, deleting my 1k HP bear. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get to town and get more potions. Man, we ended up using a lot of our potions for this fight. I'm not sure why I'm bothering to make it look nice. I'm gonna mess it up as soon as I fill it with more stuff later. Oh, rejuves too! Thank you, yeah. Oh, with the rejuves, this should be... Well, I'm not gonna say anything, but rejuves makes me feel a lot better. Okay. Bring out the whole gang.
Hail to you, champion.
There should be a key combination to put 3 in the cube. Oh. Have I turned on? I thought I had the tooltips on. Apparently not. Alright, click, alright. Alright, let's not think too much about that. 5 mana pots, tons of rejuves. Still 1 TP to go. We should be able to do this. Oh, he's dead. Come on. Oh, we did it. That was stressful. That was one stressful fight. Immediately, the wheel. I got to celebrate for 1 second. Thank you for the GGs. What an intense fight. And man, I can't believe how many times he cast Bone Prison at me. I wonder if it is because usually when I fight Diablo, I try to keep him like at this distance or like this distance, so like barely at the edge of the screen. But this time I was really trying to put myself slightly off screen to be at maximum range. And I wonder if that's the reason why he used Bone Prison more than usual. Or maybe it's just bad RNG on this faithful day. Never seen that many Bone Prisons. Yeah, me neither. It's usually I feel like it's so rare that he uses Bone Prison. Right, Diablo defeated. But as someone said, now time for the real boss. The wheel. Okay, I don't care. Give me your worst, wheel. Give me your worst. We can handle anything after that. Oh, no repeating areas. Alright. Curse of the Weak. That's fine. Well, it's bad, but it's fine. I forget what numbers I put on that curse.
Greetings.
Actually, first let's dump some potions back in the shared stash. Oh, I shouldn't... That was wasteful. I shouldn't have used my last TP just to get back to town after the kill. I should have saved and exited. That was dumb. Oh well. Minus 10 max life, minus 10 max mana. Seems pretty bad when I'm like fussing over a 6 life charm, but it is what it is. And it's not the biggest thing on its own. And that's one of those that I really didn't know how to balance, because it's not the only rule. So I couldn't make it like 50%, because then it would like be too much. But putting it on, maybe 10% is slightly low. But let's roll with it. Oh, I need to... Minus 10%. Right, summon the gang.
Good afternoon.
Before we go out into the scary world, I need to get some more air in here. Gotta farm Duriel for those scrolls. Yeah, actually, yeah, Mr. Platonist, LK runs for town portals. We could go to Lower Kurast, and even though I don't have infinite keys anymore, since I can't buy from vendors, we could go and... just open random poppables. Hey, what is the jackpot? Rerolled minus all rest. I had one thing on the wheel where I had one rule that was like the jackpot, the one good thing on the wheel, and that allowed me to reroll any rule. And at the same time, like I didn't add a new one, I replaced an old one with something else, but also, you know, I didn't add to the number of rules that time. Which is arguably just as valuable. Going for a walk with the dog, please don't die him in the meantime. I'm gonna try, but don't go on like a 2-hour walk, because no, then I can't promise anything. Alright, short bathroom break while I get some fresh air in here. You can see how bright it becomes when I open the window. It's exaggerated for the webcam. BRB. Ooh, so far so good. But hardcore is really adding a lot of tension, especially since the run itself is not crazy. Like Fire Druid. I'm back. Can you show all the charms you made with the hero editor? Sure, I can show all the curses. So the gold find one, the minus res one, the minus magic resist and physical damage one, the slowness one. I tested this out and minus 10 run speed made a huge difference if I had, like, when I had 0 move speed. I guess I still have move speed, but that actually does a lot. 10% down from the base value is really makes it feel super slow. Minus life, drain life 10, and minus 25 dex. I wanted to make a negative attack rating and defense charm, but whenever I made negative attack rating and negative defense on a charm, whenever I made negative attack rating and defense, it rolled over and became like plus 500 instead. I'm not sure why. There's something about how the game handles negative values for some stats, I think. I also made this, but this one isn't on the wheel. I did Dex instead. But those are the curses we can roll. And currently we have these two active on us, of course. The reason I made two is in case I would die early and we had to re-roll. Like restart the run, I mean. Nothing like the soothing sound of the solar creeper moving around. So those charms are made with a hero editor program, which is kind of like a modding software, I suppose. The game itself is not modded in any way, but those items are of course not possible in the real game. Ooh, spear throwers. They can be nasty because they pierce summons. So I should probably not stand behind my army and hide. Now everything feels much nicer again. After the freaking Chaos Sanctuary, this feels like a leisurely walk in the park. LK runs. We could do some LK runs just until I have like two... Oh, I found a portal scroll. Well, then I'm not gonna go do it right now. I think for this character with a strong AoE spell, I think it might make more sense to go to like the Stony Field or the Cold Plains to farm for potions and scrolls. Like with the Barbarian, once we ran out of potions, we could barely fight anything at all, at least not in Hell. So then we kind of had to either go to the like very first area, if we had the Mercenary, or go to Lower Karast and open chests. Ooh, I almost missed it. Oh yeah, Flayer, yeah. Completely, yeah. If we need potions, at least now in Nightmare, we shouldn't go to the Cold Plains, we should go to the Flayer jungle, definitely. The problem with the Barbarian was that without potions, and this was in Hell, not in Nightmare, but without potions it was kind of tough to fight anything at all. Because even with the Mercenary we were at players 5 and I don't remember what the lifesteal situation looked like. Better start building up that potion bank again. Inner cloister corpse farming. Well, it's not a terrible idea, because that is literally a guaranteed free and safe poppable right next to the waypoint. So, you know, if this run gets absolutely cursed, maybe that's where we will end up. Lifesteal doesn't do much unless you have endgame damage anyway. I don't really agree with that. Like, fat-fingered, wrong button. Terrible. But what I was going to say is that you have a point, but also I'm not facing endgame enemies. Like, sure, he's only leeching 7% out of this, but this is like, what? 300-ish, 350 damage on average. And like 7% of that is still like... 20 life per jab. And like with how fast he attacks, it makes a difference. I mean, it's not like I don't need to heal him anymore. But that the self heal is in addition to healing him with potions, right? Though I will level with you. Once I did the math, I was like, is that really it? So apparently we have some nasty poison going on. Maybe that was from a catapult. I didn't bring any antidotes, of course. Level 49. Now the question is, to Eldritch farm or no Eldritch farm? That is the question. I think not right away. Let's try and push on instead. But if we beat Baal, we will definitely have to do some farming before Hell. No doubt about it. Thank you, Jester Bobbity, for the super chat. Is there no TP scrolls anywhere on the wheel? There's not. The closest thing is to not be able to buy anything from vendors, and that rule is currently active. But there's no banning the usage of TP scrolls. I somehow found myself surrounded from all directions, which isn't a great place to be, so let's try and move to the side of the map again. Be a little sensible. That should definitely be on the next wheel. No, it's not a terrible idea, because it really changes the way you can play a lot. By not going to town really whenever you want to, it really does make a noticeable difference. So why not? I actually have a... There have been some good suggestions for future iterations that I wanted to include, but sadly, I have not written them down anywhere. I'd farm Emilio a level or two. Emilio wouldn't mind a few levels. But I'm hungry for more progress. I'm gonna double check that I actually clicked the waypoint this time. I did, but let's click it again just to be safe. Nice. At this point, I'm just gonna dump everything into Vitality. And if I find something awesome that needs more strength, I do have 2 full respecs now. From Akara, from Normal and Nightmare. Trying to break down some rabble. There's really no reason why the barricades and doors need to be this freaking strong. Like they really don't need to scale with difficulty, right? It's kind of funny. I wrote them down. You're not getting up that easy, lol. Yeah, I wanted to include them, but I forgot. Thank you for the super chat, Jester. I'm finding tons of health potions, but I would really like a few more mana potions. Well, I'll still pick them up, I guess. I am ignoring the barbarians. If we really need an orc or a rail or something later, the quest will still be there. I also have the list of full light radius suggestions for your consideration. One of these days you guys are gonna, like, not bully me, but like talk me into doing the light radius challenge, and then we're all gonna realize in real time that it will be funny for one stream, then it's gonna be just super tedious. Don't you think? Like, it feels like there's not gonna be that much sustenance to a light radius only run. Or maybe I'm wrong. Most of the gear restricted challenges end up being pretty interesting because you are so strapped for options. Now it will be funny. I haven't done it, but it feels to me like it will be funny. But like, that would probably take something like 8+ 4-hour streams to beat. Maybe even longer depending on item luck and what character we pick. And it really feels to me like the sort of challenge that is funny for 1 or 2 streams. Then it's like, ah, aren't we done yet? But maybe I'm wrong. What would the rules for that be? Basically, I can only equip items that increases the light radius of the character. And I suppose it is a bit of a goblin meme that my audience keeps asking for it. At least I think it's a meme, but I'm starting to wonder Yeah, exactly, like the magic find only, but without the fun part. That's how I feel. Ooh, okay, we have a decision to make. I'm gonna do like that. Maybe that was a dumb idea. But like, I don't want to use my only time portal just to go stash potions. I think you can stop hoarding life potions now. I think you're right. We have 3 full rows, not even rows. We have 3 full columns in the stash. What we really need is mana potions. And actually probably more rejuves, because we cube the rejuves 3 to 1 to make full rejuves. So we actually don't have that many rejuves. How close is Emilio to the new weapon? He's actually already wearing the new weapon. We made a strength helm so we could equip it. But he's still several levels off of using the good helm. Of using the weapon together with the blood helm. Man, what's killing my summon so quickly? I bet it's the mages. Or actually, it's probably the fire-breathing gremlins when they are on top of a... whatever they're called. Siege beasts. Thank you, Jester Bubble Tea, for the super chat. Bully, I'm saving for a 500 super chat. Yay, bribery. I do not want to encourage bribery. So no comment. Thank you for the super chat. Short battle bow. Bow druid. Let's go. I don't think this is enough for a respec. But you know what? I'm gonna use... Yeah, I'm gonna use a TP. Because we talked about what if we want to use an Act 1 mercenary in the future, and then it would be good to have any bow, and this attacks fast and as piercing. Much needed Q like stash run, but now I don't have any more TPs at all. Actually, if I had, with a bit more foresight, I would have thrown all my charms on the ground to bring all of these potions to the stash as well. I wish I thought of it before. Out of TP scrolls, nice. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, the problem is that the crystalline passage can actually be pretty nasty. Like the archers, now I have like a bunch of minion or summons, but these archers can be kind of painful. And you can get moon lords in here, which are always scary. And I think you can get vipers, the snake type enemies. Oh, bloodlords, speak of the devil. Are you going to miss the hardcore stash after this challenge? Yeah, I finally got a taste of using the shared stash, or like the gem tabs and rune tabs. Then it's gone. Yeah, fire damage is not magic damage. Like, magic damage isn't all elemental damage. Magic is one of 6 damage types in the game. Oh, nice. I found the waypoint. That's really nice. Can you upgrade that? Yeah, I should have the runes and gems to upgrade. It is only a normal bow. And upgrading to exceptional is like... I actually might not have the runes, because I think upgrading a normal unique, you need Ral and Sol instead of a rare, which is Ort and Amn. And I don't think I have a Sol rune. I don't remember finding one anyway. Oh, now we're starting to find the, like, straight up find the full rejuves. That's pretty nice. Rather, do you have the runes to upgrade the base? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Or maybe you asked that question before I answered. Will you do more hardcore challenge in the future, or will you go back to the classic Serpent territory? It feels to me like you phrased that as a way to taunt me into doing more hardcore challenges. Possibly. To me, it depends on the challenge. Like, some challenges are not all about the difficulty, but rather about interesting itemization. And then if you add hardcore, yes, the tension is higher, and yes, it's harder. But you run the risk of, you know, dying at an inopportune moment, and then you miss out on an interesting part of, like, how the gearing situation would play out. As an example, and this is a bad example because we actually did this in hardcore, but I think crafting only is a run where if you add hardcore to crafting only, you run the risk of dying. Like, if you die in the middle of Nightmare, we would have missed out on so much interesting crafting later on. And to me, that run wasn't all about difficulty. It was about, you know, how can you make crappy crafted items work. And I mean, sure, that run was probably more impressive and maybe more interesting to watch because it was hardcore. But there is definitely some added risk by doing hardcore. Well, duh, but hopefully you get what I mean. But like this time it's fun that we're doing it in hardcore because it was randomly selected. It fits the theme of the run. We have no control. Is there a 2x mob count or lock player count in the wheel? There are rules that messes with the player counts, but there is no like double density or anything. There is nothing on the wheel that would actually like require me to mod the base game. I mean, these charms are modded in a way, but those I made with a hero editor. And it actually doesn't require you to mod the base game, but to like double the density, I would need to run a modded version of the game. And it's not like I am opposed to doing that for a challenge, but this time there are no rules that require different mods. We want more hardcore challenge runs like the 1 HP one. What do you think about an element damage only run? Only items with elemental damage is allowed. I've done a while ago. I did a poison damage only run. It's a video on the channel. The thing is that I think those type of runs, like if you do poison only, I think it's fun if you do poison only. Like you are super strict with not dealing a single point of non-poison damage. And sadly, as soon as you have an attack, like your basic attack will always deal a little bit of physical damage. Well, now I have some lightning damage somewhere, but like every attack deals some amount of physical damage. So you really become restricted to spellcasters. And that's not good or bad, it's just a thought, I guess. We are in the crystalline passage. We have not yet found the frozen river. But I'm actually wondering, should we even go into the frozen river? Should we risk it? For 10 all res? I guess if we're gonna go to hell, we really want to get all the quest rewards, right? I mean, once you go into hell, the difficulty penalty goes up to 100. We can go and take a look, but like if there's souls in there, we're gonna move on and then do it after Baal. Like reroll, yeah, exactly, reroll it. But not reroll it right now, but rather we'll come back later. Actually, let's move on and let's save it for later anyway, because my resistances are more or less, my important resistances are capped. And I am confident that we will need to do some prep, nightmare prep anyway, before hell. So we might as well save that quest for them. Can't you add charms that get rid of physical damage? Interesting. I'm not sure. I'm not super well versed in using the editor, but it sounds feasible. I didn't consider that. I think you should be able to make a charm with like minus damage. Well, in that case, it's an option. Yes, when I did poison only, I used a druid. And to me, the most fun part of that run was getting experience at level 1. And getting past poison immune doors in Act 5. That's the kind of thing I like doing in games. Solving stupid problems that realistically you shouldn't even face. Fanaticism monster, huh? I still want a cursed run with Necro. I think curses only would make for a great YouTube video. But I'm worried about the time investment to do a curses only Necro. Still needs a few more levels.
To good use.
So 4 more strength before we can get rid of the helm. Can you create a charm that curses you with Iron Maiden permanently? I don't think so. That's the type of thing where you need to actually modify the game, I think. At least the way I know how to use a hero editor. The only thing I can do is basically increase or decrease stats. I don't know how to do anything more advanced than that. But I think you would need to modify the game itself, and that I can't do at all. You could do Iron Maiden on hit 100% of the time. Yeah, but that would curse my enemies with Iron Maiden. Not me. Man, where is the exit in this place? It might be up here. Well, we take the full loop. The full loop around. Why skip unique bow? Are you sure you saw that right? Where was it in that case? It was a rare ceremonial bow, right? Well, here's a unique. Bill. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the exceptional, I like the Crowbill unique is. I have no idea. Pompey's Wrath. Oh, it's the, yeah, this one. Slows target. We're definitely stashing this in the cube 100%. And now let's do... Let's throw the charms on the ground, bring maximum potions to town. Because I want to stash the weapon as well. And this is basically getting completely screwed by the wheel insurance. Because slows target is a super powerful stat if your character is otherwise awful. Alright. Potion stash is looking pretty healthy again. Oh yeah, it's definitely not about the proc. It is the 50% chance to slow that I'm drooping over. So basically, if I mean now the shapeshifting skill is banned, so a melee spec would be awful regardless. But let's say I lose the elemental tree and I am a summoner. I could see it being worth it to get the stats to be able to wear that weapon, and then against tough bosses I equip it and run up and whack bosses every now and then for the slow. Because it makes it so much safer when bosses are slowed down. No, wrong button. I mean it's hard to change hotkeys mid-run, but I really shouldn't have Cyclone Armor and Town Portal next to each other. I fat fingered my Town Portal tome too many times. These are the curses, the negative stats. I'm getting so annoyed with myself for wasting. I mean, as soon as I get a couple of TPs, I manage to throw them away. Sad, sad, sad. Let's get the 3 ravens out there while we have the skill shrine. What if on the next wheel run we make it so there's one roll that forces me to equip 10 large charms that do nothing, so essentially minus 10 inventory spaces. That sounds awful, right? Emilio, get on the door, please. Emilio? Here we go. Well, I might as well pick it up. Wrong scroll, but... And like, Deckard Cain isn't banned, but I might as well. No inventory run. The problem with a no inventory run is that like literally no inventory run, then you couldn't even like equip. You couldn't identify any item, right? and you couldn't pick up any quest items. Quest items you could make an exception for, of course, because you need to progress the game. But I don't think you can identify items without picking them up. Let's find something. Is there no magic items anywhere? I guess the minus magic find charm is kicking in full effect. Well, we can check once we find a magic item. Diablo 3 banned Deckard Cain. That's true. I have recorded a Diablo 3 run for a video. And that part of the game got me so pissed. No respect for the most iconic character in the franchise. Minus 100% run speed. I wonder what that does. Or if it's capped. Like, you can get items on your character that adds up to 100% slows enemies on hit. But there is a cap. You can't actually slow enemies down more than, I think it's 75%. Okay. Drop down to 180. Not super sketchy, but a bit uncomfortable. Man, I'm freaking dying from the poison. I didn't even finish the sentence that I'm dying from poison before getting poisoned again. Okay, let's go claim Mount Ariat, the Ariat summit, in the name of nature, in the name of fire. Is there any world where we would like Spirit of Barbs? I don't think so, because the problem with Spirit of Barbs is that it only reflects a flat amount of damage. And I think Iron Maiden only reflects a percentage-based amount of damage, whereas the Thorn's Aura reflects both flat damage and percentage-based damage. Which is why Thorns is so superior. Because the thing is, using Iron Maiden or Thorns against bosses, because bosses deal bonus damage to summons, and then they reflect the bonus damage back to themselves, but this seems super mediocre if it's only flat damage. I'm thinking mainly about the upcoming Baal fight, because I think Fisher is gonna tickle Baal. Will he throw Declone? It's up. I don't even have a ladder character right now. Just chilling for a sec and reading the chats. If you did the inventory space thing, you would have to limit it, like have one entry for 2 dead charms and another for 4 dead charms. I don't think, you know, limited stash space is that interesting. I mean, it would be kind of interesting to try to play completely without inventory. Oh, actually, we have an item, but I don't think you can identify on the ground, right? No, if you have it on right click, all you do is open the inventory. Yeah. I mean, actually, you could auto-equip socketed items and then fill them with gems and runes and such. Maybe there is something to the no inventory run. I think another one that would be kind of interesting is to not be allowed to wear to use the stash, but then we're like doing the no town run again, because that was essentially a no stash run but with more stuff added on top. But I found the aspect of, you know, you can't save everything, you really need to decide what's worth an inventory slot or not. That was a pretty fun aspect of that challenge. But how do you handle quest items? Yeah, quest items would have to be an exception, because you need to cube some of them together. If they update the game more often for game tweaks, it would be nice to see a repeat of some challenges with different changes. It's funny, because I was told that they have nerfed the Warlock, so we can no longer use two-handed weapons with any shield, only books. So my most recent video is actually no longer true to the game, because I used two-handers and like Ancient's Pledge for a lot of that. I think I went with Rhyme even later on. I'm not used to having my challenges become outdated, because the game hasn't been updated a lot in a long time. Imagine fire-resistant ancients and no TP. Oh man, dude, I didn't consider that. We need a town portal before the ancients. We need at least one town portal before we take on the ancients, because exactly, what if I find a fire? What if we find a fire immune ancient, and then Emilio dies? That's gonna be awful. Like, we need to be able to escape, or like if we run out of potions completely, but we still have like 2 of the ancients left, we need to be able to escape, because there's no way to walk out from the arena. Oh, that's true. I do have a TP in my stash last time. Yeah, true. I do have a TP in my stash. That I put there to remind myself that I can whatchamacallit, that I can unsocket my helm if needed with a heal rune. True. Save and exit? Nah. We're playing hardcore. And I mean, I'll save and exit to save a TP in case I, you know, to save myself from having to walk back to a waypoint or something. But I'm not allowed to save and exit to avoid death. I don't like that when you play hardcore. Like, if I go up against the Ancients and I'm not prepared, I will die in the area at Summit. Did I miss a TP? Oh, okay. I picked it up without even realizing. Another one, perfect. Well, I guess there's really no need to find the waypoint, right? Because if I die, the run's over. And I can't go back from the area at Summit anyway. Like, in hardcore, I can't think of any situation where I would go back to town or go back to the Ancient Way waypoint. Well, actually, we'll go back to town with the waypoint to do some inventory management. That's a lot of damage. Okay, focus. Yes, if I pop a town portal in the Summit, the Ancients return to statue form. So I would have to, if I open a TP in the Summit, I will reset the fight. But if I get like a really bad situation, like I said, I run out of potions completely, or I have like a fire immune Talic, but Emilio dies, I would rather, you know, open a portal and reset the fight than die in the Summit. So yeah, you need to beat it in like one go. But it would be like an escape in case things go terribly awful. No magic damage means the damage type magic from like Blessed Hammer, Bone Spear, Miasma Bolt. Frickin' frick. I sold an item, but I'm not allowed to. Why can I only throw 11,600 on the floor at a time? What? Strange. Well, I threw a lot more on the ground than I gained, so I think it's fine. But of course, that was a mistake. Thank you for the forgiveness. Now, if I go start gambling for rares, then you can yell at me. Exactly, I don't even need the gold. Yeah. 20 years of habits. And it's getting tough to keep track of everything because like the rules you see up on screen here, I don't see them on my like main monitor where I have the game up. I've added those in I added these in OBS, like so you can see them, but I don't see them unless I look in OBS specifically. So like I don't have a constant reminder, but I do have UChat, so it's fine. Alright, Nightmare Ancients, usually not that bad, but certainly the potential for some bad RNG, but with two possible resets, I hope it's fine. Okay, none of them is fire immune. The Ancients do spawn with gear though, random gear, so they can have a lot of fire resistance on them. But like everyone has taken damage, so it doesn't seem like anyone is truly fire immune. It would be awesome if Talik dies first. And actually the Fisher Druid is pretty good at taking down Talik, because if an enemy moves through your Fisher area, they tend to take a lot more damage than if they're standing still. Yeah, Talik is already dead. No, Korlik is already dead. And Talik, alright. Well, turned out I worried for nothing. This was a super easy fight. Lucky. We'll take it. I think I'm gonna put points into Molten Boulder rather than Armageddon to boost the physical damage portion of Volcano, actually. Yeah. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. That's a good plan for these types of challenges. It looks like we're gonna get to take a stab on at Baal as well. Yeah, you do get random enemies in the Worldstone Keep. Level 1 seems pretty nice. Vampires, Zealots, Hierophants, and Marauders, Infidels. I forget what the four-armed guys are called. The Fire Eye type of enemy. Not bad at all. Yeah, you could get like dolls, ghosts, souls. So like the variance for how difficult the Worldstone Keep is very big. Or high variance. Big range of outcomes. And the witches, yeah, the witches would be pretty bad, but I don't think they would be... I don't think they would be too bad with Fisher. Like, I should be able to dodge their projectiles. And sure, they do curse you with something, but... The witches are really scary for melee characters. Because sometimes you eat a salvo of like 10 projectiles in one go. Actually, I should make sure I really check this area. Be a bit thorough in my exploration. Okay, there was nothing. I looked at the minimap, took a bunch of damage. It would be a real letdown or anticlimax if I died in the Worldstone Keep. I'm sure we're all thinking about Baal and how that's gonna go, especially after the close call in normal. Ammo for crafting, good call. We'll keep upgrading the crafting amulet in the stash. Do we enter Hell today? I don't... If we beat Baal, I think we need to do some farming, so we probably won't enter Hell. But when we beat Baal, we'll do the roll for Act 1 Nightmare immediately. But like level 53 is a bit low for my taste to go into Hell. And it's probably about time I upgraded my helm from Magic Find to Resistances. Some of us are thinking, how's Lister gonna go? Fair. I guess I included Baal's minions in Baal. But yeah, it's not like Lister is a given. Is Lister fire immune? Or is that only some of the time if he spawns with like magic resistance as well? Or if he spawns fire enchanted? I think he's pretty fire resistant though, but I'm not sure. Now, I'm a little bit on edge. Lightning flying everywhere, bone spears flying everywhere, getting cursed.
I can't carry it.
Ooh, town portal. Oh, 5 portals. We can go to town so many times. Oh yeah, Merc is a high enough level for the helm now. So we'll make sure to do that next town trip. That'll be nice for sure. 2 more lifesteal and 8% crit. Or deadly strike, I suppose. Which is functionally critical strike, but it is a different stat. Still no waypoint or entrance to level 3. Fisher is super strong though. Nowhere near as many fire resistant enemies as in Act 4. And I mean, we are some levels higher, so Fisher deals like significantly more damage, like 25 to 30% more damage than it did in Act 4 as well. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's go and find the waypoint. Oh, well, kind of wasted that town portal, but I didn't know it would be this close. Right, before I forget, let's get that helm back on Emilio. Hopefully I won't need the gemmed helm again. Maybe I should actually keep it. What if I do need it? Okay, let's remember, the top amulet is higher level. Actually, let's keep only the high level one. Emergency town portal. Anything else? Not really. Could bring a few more potions, I suppose. Pepsi. No Pepsi in the cube, unfortunately. Ice Blink, I don't think so. This actually has very high stat requirements. So it's probably gonna have to be a very strange situation for me to consider this, but stranger things have happened. Okay, great enemy luck in the Worldstone Keep so far, or overall. This is the final whole floor. I guess the enemies in the throne room is also random. But like, no Death Lords, no souls. You love to see it. Though I'm not sure if I've actually encountered all enemy types on this level yet. To be completely fair. Famous last words. I should keep my mouth shut, honestly. Just don't let them kill you. Yeah, it's really poor phrasing, because if I die now, I will look like even more of a dum-dum if I trash talk the enemies and then they get me. $600 life without Oak's Edge. Decent, but we're going into hell soon, which worries me a little bit. Ooh, more rare or more unique daggers, huh? Coin guard. Is this heart carver or is this spine ripper? I forget. It is spine ripper. Prevent monster heal. Could that be useful? I don't think so, because it doesn't work on... Actually, prevent monster heal, does that work on Act Boss or elites, I mean? That might work. Cool dagger, but I don't think I don't think this is gonna be in the cards for us. I mean, sure, ignores target's defense, but it's not like we have anything else to like benefit from from ignoring enemy's defense. And right now, I just want to carry potions with me. 2 inventory spaces, though.
I can't.
For 2 inventory spaces, a very speculative, a very speculative keep. But what does adds 15 to 27 damage mean? Is that physical? Yes, if it doesn't specify damage type, it is physical. And basically, when it says adds 15 to 27 damage, what it really means is plus 15 to min damage and plus 27 to max damage. Adds 15 to 27 damage is distinctly different from the plus 400 damage you see on Grief. They work completely differently. Plus X amount of damage is super rare. I think it only exists on Grief and the Redeemer question mark? A Paladin Scepter. But when it sets adds X to Y damage, that is basically min damage and max damage on the same item. Oh, put it on weapon switch. Am I gonna go back for 2 potions that I left on the ground? You bet. Oh, okay, I had some here. I don't need to go all the way back. War Travs also has adds X to Y damage. So War Travelers has min damage and max damage at the same time. It's not the same as the Grief thing. I mean, it's still good. It's still very good. But the plus damage is special. Think of the 3 HP. Oh. Nice jinx. Well, I got a nice enemy spawn here as well. I mean, these are the ones I'm talking about. The witches. They can be very scary because like now we're cursed and their projectiles deal physical damage. Okay, I spoke too soon. We have dolls. I repeat, we have dolls and I am cursed. We're gonna wait here. To let the curse run out. So the dolls can be scary, but the witches aren't a big problem. Because I shouldn't get hit by a big volley. I mean, of course I can, but... We are about to do it again. Face off against Baal, that is. Yeah. But first we need to survive that long. I mean, when you have summons or Emilio and you're a spellcaster yourself, a classic strat is to stand under Baal, because then he will curse you instead of your minions, but I don't dare to do that, because I'm afraid that I will get trapped and die. Well, I think I saw like 1 or 2 dolls, so unfortunate that we had dolls at all, but very lucky that there were seemingly super few of them. Oh, I do have 1 antidote. I'm gonna save it until the last second. I said it out loud and then I thought, what a stupid idea, drink it right away. What do you mean last second? What do you mean save an antidote until last second in hardcore? What are you talking about?
Thanks.
Ooh, we got there. Well, we got there. And by there I mean to the 2 most difficult waves. Right, this one was great. No problem at all. Right, Lister, let's go. Lister's gonna be fire immune. Oh, luckily your jinx didn't work.
Thanks.
I think the minions of destruction have a pretty high base fire resistance though. No, I was too slow. Well, when Emilio dies, it only costs me a TP and some gold. Which vine are you using? I'm using the mana region one, though I might as well use the poison one now to stop their life region. But I'm using the mana one to help with the mana issues. Why are we doing money on the floor? Because I accidentally sold an item to Mala, and as a punishment I threw everything on the ground. Maximum prep, adding a 3 to 6 damage bird. Diablo 1 vibes, yeah, for sure. Hey, there we go. With a full 5 TPs, I hope we'll be fine. Like the thing that scares me the most is if someone's is clone, but I have like 5 TPs to TP out and get rid of it.
Legendary Worldstone. Natural realm.
No trade is also no gamble. No. But gambling is also banned. But think of it like this. The rules are very literal. So if it says no trading, no buy sell in trade window, it only means exactly that and nothing else. It doesn't prevent repairing items. It doesn't prevent gambling. It's only buying and selling in the trade window. So like in general, think of the most narrow definition. And like no magic items means only no blue items. Because that rarity is called magic. So like rares, uniques, etc. Those are not magic. Okay, I need to focus. So far so good. But our meat shields are falling like flies. I haven't taken very much damage though. Oops. Sorry, Emilio. I cheaped out and only gave him a health potion instead of a reach. Man, he's crushing my summons. Ooh. Okay. Made it through more than half of the fight before he summoned a clone. I'm happy with that.
Afternoon.
It's getting expensive. 20k per. How's the gold reserves looking? I'm still above 1 million gold, though the gold reserves have been going down for sure. Do you plan on doing another hobo run with a no town hobo run with a different class? I don't think so. I mean, maybe sometime in the future, but not soon. Your potion reserve is dwindling. I mean, I'm sure I'm using potions, but I still have like 30 or 40 potions. And 4 portals. What? Did it not unsummon? Sometimes the clone doesn't despawn when you go to town. Like 90% of the time, if you are in town for like 10 seconds, the clone will despawn. But I guess not always. Right, we got this. Oops, I didn't mean to stand so close. Easy boss fight. Oof. Surprise jump scare. Let's save a TP and fight them both. We can do it. I mean, they keep knocking us back, but that doesn't deal very much damage. And we got there. Nice. Phew. Okay. Intense fight, but not as intense as normal. We didn't have any true near-death experience or anything. Dual rest, 10 magic finds. +2 necro skills with the Fool's mod, and +3 to Flame Wave. They did something interesting when they made the Warlock weapon of choice a dagger, but also being able to spawn necro skills. And Venom Ward. That is a very odd dagger, yeah, all over the place. Necro skills, Warlock skills, and a fighting stats. Right, I promise that even though we're gonna prepare a little bit in the Nightmare before we move on, I did say we would spin the wheel right away after the boss kill. But thank you for all the GGs. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the super chat, GG. Jester Babbity, I appreciate the support. An indecisive dagger. How likely is it that you could beat the game with only left clicking? I have thought about that, and as far as I know, you can't open the cube. So it might not be possible, but otherwise, I don't know, maybe. Let's see if we can roll it. Oh, hey, thank you for the raid, Gymnasium. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? Are you grinding the new ladder? You are just in time to add another rule to the run. So this spin is for you, Jim. Here we go. We just beat Nightmare, and now we're adding another rule to the run. And we get no repairing gear. Ooh, no summoned minions. Well, goodbye to the bear and the oak sage. Important distinction though, Emilio is not a summoned minion. But this one has some impact for sure, especially going into hell, losing 90% of my meat shields. Been going for 18 hours, alright. Holy. I guess it's time for some rest. Helping Yi push 99, he's 98.5. Oh damn, you're moving fast these days. Well, thanks for the raid. Hope you sleep well. Get some much needed rest. No summons. Okay, now this run is starting to have some character. Or what do you say? Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. Can I not unsummon the vine? Interesting, you can't target the vine. I guess we'll have to save an exit and go back. Actually... Okay, so first let me make sure I remove all summons from my hotkeys. That's a summon. So like, I was happy that I didn't lose my elemental skills, but losing the summons is actually kind of terrible. Like the Grizzly tanked a lot. Oak Sage is 30% max life, though I've been vocal about not trusting Oak Sage because it dies when you need it the most. But actually losing the vines when I'm not able to buy potions because of no trading in town could be a little bit rough. Goodbye, bear. Sad. Actually, a good time now to respec and move all skill points to fully to the elemental tree. Yeah, actually, not a bad idea. I mean, it didn't. It's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, it is 10 skill points actually, so it's more than I thought. It is 10 skill points. I almost bought a bunch of potions. I keep forgetting that I'm not allowed to sell stuff. So technically you had 2 slots on the wheel to lose the summon tree. Yeah, that's true, because we can also ban the 3rd skill tree, which is summons. So the wheel is character agnostic, so there are definitely some overlap for some characters. Similar like the sorceress, you can ban fire damage and the fire tree. Oh man, so we are here now. We have arrived. Now, like, we didn't ban the skill tree, but there is nothing in this skill tree that is not a summon, right? So now we have arrived, much like last time, where 2 of the skill trees are banned, and we still have 5 rolls more to go. So if we lose the elemental tree now, we are not completely screwed, but pretty much. So we could respec, and when we respec, do we want to go for Hurricane and Tornado? I don't actually think so, because I have 0 FCR. Okay, I have 28. Why do I have 28 FCR? Oh, right. I have Mage Fist. Mage Fist and the Doom color. Oh, actually, then maybe it's not a terrible idea. I was thinking like 0% FCR doesn't make for a great time with the tornado spam. Just build spirit. Oh wait, yeah, exactly. Do you want to take skill tree number 3 off the wheel? Nah, that's fine. If there's gonna be some overlap, there's gonna be some overlap. Consider it a freebie if it happens. played a Tornado Druid recently. Now I get why I don't like this class. I think Tornado is pretty strong. Hurricane and Tornado is a pretty nice combo. Okay, we can do some grinding in Nightmare, since we're doing a bit of grinding anyway, before moving on. I don't need to decide the respec right now. So let's start by going and grabbing the Anya quest for the resistances. And to be honest, I mean, yeah, the levels will help me. But it feels like it may be even more impactful for Emilio, because now he's gonna have to do a lot of tanking. He received a lot of tanking responsibilities when we lost the summons. How do you implement the negative stuff? I have some hero-edited charms for the minus stats rolls on the wheel, like the curses, as I call them. So I have a few hero-edited charms in my shared stash for that, for those rules specifically. Okay, I feel like my initial reaction kind of undersold the issue with losing the summons. Not only the tanks, but also the solar creeper. Now just hoping for Chef Stop and Rock Stopper, yeah. I mean, we do have an ethereal rattle cage, which is pretty cool, but yeah, Rock Stopper would be pretty nice. Right. That was uncomfortably placed. Ooh, okay, maybe I need max cyclone armor actually. On the other hand, archers plus death lords is a pretty rough combo. Where is... oh, no? Where is even... oh, I never found... that's right, I never found the Frozen River. That's why we skipped it on the first pass. The Anya quest will cost you 2 TPs. True, actually. Didn't think of that. Yeah, the Anya quest requires some TPs or a lot of walking. But definitely too much walking for me to consider it. Actually, I bet you it is over here. Let's grab me Emilio. Waste all our TPs.
Good afternoon.
I keep pressing my old hotkeys for summons, but they aren't there. Bad. No respec before going in. I haven't decided what I want to do with the respec yet. So I think we'll save the respec for next stream. Man, I'm taking so much damage now. The rest of the stream is gonna be me crying over my grizzly bear. Emilio should turn on his aura. Yeah. It's kind of funny how that works, because sometimes they turn it on right away and sometimes it takes a while. But someone told me that it's because they need to use that skill once before it turns on, but then it stays on. So like, you know how the AI randomly uses the different skills? The active mercenary needs to like use the aura for the first time to turn it on, and sometimes it does it right away and sometimes it takes a while. And that's also why it never turns on before you start fighting enemies. Oops. Well, now I can actually move my cyclone armor, so I stop opening town portals by accident. Holy, I wasted so many town portals because I fat finger my cyclone armor hotkey. Now I just need to retrain my muscle memory. Safety TP. Yeah, hardcore safety TP. One of many. And I mean, I said before that I'm not that scared about the witches or succubus because, you know, it's easy to dodge their bullets, but without summons they are certainly more threatening than before. I'm definitely starting to eat my words. Yes, I did in fact raise my game volume by accident. I turned on my desktop sound when I rolled the wheel, and then I forgot to turn it off. Sorry about that. Thank you for pointing it out. Alright, my bad. Noob streamer. You'd think that someday I'd learn my setup, but maybe rather someday I will learn to not click, don't touch any buttons in the middle of stream. Don't mess with the sliders when you're live. Now it's much better again, right? It's back to normal. So basically you got double game sound for a while. Much better, alright. Well, again, sorry about that. My mistake, my misclick. Alright, well, at least we saved her successfully, even if it's gonna cost us all of our town portals.
Thank.
Where's my reward, Mala? Oh, here it is. Phew. Nice. That'll be very useful going into hell. And give me a sick rare. +2 all druid skills, +2 3 elemental, +20 all res, +100 life. Not quite what I was asking for. If I want to try another spec other than the fire one, this might still be our best helm we have available though. As sad as it's looking. 1 druid skill, 7 life, 23 poison res. Do we get a good rare? I wouldn't call it good, but it's good enough for my stash. Exactly, the bar, it's not great, but the bar is very low. Yeah, sadly, all the bears of this druid are banned. The shape-shifting skill tree is banned, and all summons are banned. So it's a sad day for bear enjoyers, or bear enjoyers. Beer enjoyers, you are free to enjoy. Well, at least we still have the ability to farm. So what are our options? We can grind for levels. That will help me, but maybe more importantly, it will make Emilio tankier. You know, he gets resistances for every level and more life. Gets harder to hit. He hits more easily, which makes him leech more life. And then gear. And this one provides good resistances, but not much else. This one, we could at least replace the gems with something that gives resistances. This one's gonna be hard to improve on, since we can't use runewords and we can't use magic items. The armor could definitely be upgraded, but I have to get a bit lucky, you know. 10 to all resistances and 25 mana regen is still something. So I think the best we could get in the armor slot is a lucky unique drop. Andy runs. Not a terrible idea, to be honest. Or meth runs. Yeah, I mean 15 energy is a decent portion of my mana. The gloves are really nice, so those are probably here to stay. We found so many rare rings for a while, but it's been a while since we saw a rare ring now. I guess we have really low magic find. But like a bit of resistance on the rings instead of the magic find. Actually, didn't we have another ring, or was that before? I think that was before we put this on. We had a bad rare magic find ring. Yeah, it's not. I didn't even save it. So this one could be better. It's not awful. 10 cold dress, 5 life replenishment, 1 damage reduction. I mean, the belt is great. We're probably never replacing String of Fears. The boots are dual res, but low dual res. They could be better. But it's also like, you know, we can't gamble for rares. We can't buy a good base. Like, for example, I can't buy a Artisan's Tower Shield of deflection or anything, because I can't use magic items and I can't buy stuff from vendors. So our options is farming an act boss, hope to get lucky, or craft. Or just, you know, quest and hope to get lucky. Let's remove the dagger from the switch. Just so our switches look more different, so I don't accidentally... Actually, let's remove the shield too then. Just so I don't run around with my bad switch on accident, where I have like no resistances, compared to my gemmed kite shield. Yeah, another crafted. Crafting more amulets seems like a nice option. Like, this one is doing some stuff, but ideally we would get some resistances on there. Maybe some Mephrons. Yeah, Wizard Spike would be great as well. Wizard Spike, Skin of the Viper Magi, even the Spirit Shroud. But I mean, there are some great drops we can get, but it feels like they are very specific. Oh boy. Why is my life red? Oh, right, because of the charm. All right, we'll have to make up our minds next time. Gotta end the stream. Thanks for watching, everyone. We beat Nightmare. There was a little bit of worry that today would be where the adventure would end, but we made it. So the plan is to stream again on Wednesday. That's the plan anyway. So have a nice rest of your Monday and a good week ahead. And we'll continue this run next time. Bye bye. Have a nice one.